Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1: The End of Darkness. The magical world breathed in deeply the night that Lord Voldemort vanished. It was a breath held for 11 long years of terror, finally released in a night of shooting stars and owls flying brazenly in daylight. For the wizarding community had endured what many believed would be an endless reign of fear, families torn apart, friends turning against one another, and the constant, gnawing dread that at any moment the dark mark might appear above your own home. The First Wizarding War had claimed countless lives, both magical and muggle, leaving deep scars across Britain that would take years to heal. It ended, remarkably, with a flash of green light in a small cottage in Godric's Hollow. The light had been meant for a baby, Harry Potter, but instead rebounded upon its caster. In that moment, Lord Voldemort, the most feared dark wizard in generations, was reduced to less than spirit, less than the meanest ghost. His body destroyed, his powers broken, he fled into the forests of Albania, where he would remain, barely existing, for many years to come. The celebrations that followed were unprecedented. Imagine yourself walking down Diagon Alley in the days after Voldemort's fall. The narrow, cobblestone street, usually maintained with a degree of secrecy and decorum, was practically vibrating with unbridled joy. Wizards and witches embraced strangers, magical confetti fell continuously from a perfectly clear sky, and the pubs and taverns stayed open for days. Madame Malkin's windows displayed robes in celebratory colors, rather than the muted tones that had become standard during the war years. Even the goblins of Gringotts seemed less stern as they went about their business. Minister for Magic Millicent Bagnold defended these breaches of the International Statute of Secrecy with her famous declaration, "I assert our inalienable right to party," a statement that would find its way into notable magical quotations of the 20th century. Yet beneath the celebrations lay a more complex reality. Many of Voldemort's followers remained at large. Some, like Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband Rodolphus, became even more dangerous in their desperation. Others, like Lucius Malfoy, claimed to have been under the Imperious Curse, using their wealth and influence to avoid prosecution. The Ministry, eager to show that order had been restored, sometimes accepted these claims too readily. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement, under the leadership of Barty Crouch Sr., conducted raids and trials with unprecedented zeal. In the immediate aftermath of Voldemort's fall, Crouch authorized Aurors to use unforgivable curses against suspected Death Eaters, a controversial decision that blurred the line between justice and vengeance. The Wizengamot courtrooms were filled daily with those accused of supporting the Dark Lord. Some, like Igor Karkaroff, earned their freedom by betraying former allies. Meanwhile, in the quiet village of Godric's Hollow, a cottage stood partially destroyed, preserved by magic as a monument to the Potter family's sacrifice. Outside, flowers appeared constantly, left by witches and wizards making pilgrimages to the site. Notes of gratitude to the infant Harry Potter, the boy who lived, fluttered in the gentle breeze. For Harry himself, the celebrations meant nothing. Orphaned and bearing a lightning-shaped scar, he was delivered to his Muggle relatives on Privet Drive. There, he would grow up without any knowledge of his fame or heritage until his 11th birthday approached. Albus Dumbledore, in his wisdom, had chosen to keep Harry away from the wizarding world, away from the excessive adulation and potential danger that still lingered. The years immediately following Voldemort's downfall were marked by the slow, sometimes painful process of rebuilding. Families sought news of missing loved ones, often receiving confirmation of their worst fears. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries established a new ward specifically for those suffering from the psychological effects of the war. The curse damage was, in many cases, irreversible, as the families of Frank and Alice Longbottom would tragically discover. Yet slowly, like a garden recovering after a harsh winter, the wizarding community began to heal. Shops reopened with new proprietors. Children who had rarely ventured outdoors were now seen playing in wizarding villages. At Hogwarts, students could focus on their studies rather than worrying about whether their families would be safe when they returned home. The Ministry of Magic underwent significant reforms under the new administration. Some departments, like the Aurora Office, were scaled back as the immediate threat subsided. Others, such as the Department of International Magical Cooperation, gained prominence as Britain sought to rebuild relationships damaged during the isolation of the war years. In this atmosphere of cautious optimism, wizards and witches began to look forward rather than back. Marriages that had been postponed during the darkest days were finally celebrated. Birth announcements appeared more frequently in the Daily Prophet. The Quidditch leagues, which had suspended play during the height of the war, resumed with record attendance. For almost 13 years, the wizarding world would exist in this state of relative peace. A generation of children would grow up knowing Lord Voldemort only as a frightening story from history. Yet, beneath this tranquility, forces were still at work. In Albania, a shadow waited. At Hogwarts, a chess game of immense consequence was being played by Albus Dumbledore, and in Little Winging, Surrey, a boy with a lightning scar dreamed occasionally of a high, cold laugh and a flash of green light. As you drift towards sleep, consider this. How differently might the Second Wizarding War have unfolded if the years of peace had been used not just for healing, but for vigilance against the darkness that patient minds knew would someday return. Chapter 2. The Lingering Shadows. Dawn broke over the wizarding world with newfound brilliance in those first months after Voldemort's fall, painting the sky in colors that seemed impossibly vivid after years of metaphorical darkness. Yet, like all dawns, it cast shadows too, elongated reminders that not everything had been illuminated by the light of victory. The celebrations eventually quieted, the butterbeer barrels ran dry, and the wizarding community was left to reckon with what remained in the wake of such profound evil. For while Lord Voldemort's body had been destroyed at Godric's Hollow, the ideologies he had championed, the prejudices and hatreds that had allowed him to gain followers in the first place, did not vanish so easily. In the echoing halls of the Ministry of Magic, officials now faced the daunting task of distinguishing the truly loyal from those who claimed to have been bewitched. The trials held before the Wizengamot became a stage upon which the complexities of human nature played out in full view of a war-weary public. Veritaserum was in short supply, and its use strictly regulated, meaning that often judgment came down to one wizard's word against another's. Imagine yourself seated in the uppermost row of the dungeon courtroom, watching as wizard after wizard claimed the imperious curse had robbed them of their free will. Some spoke with convincing trauma in their voices, while others, particularly those with heavy purses and ancient names, seemed to expect exoneration as their birthright. The truth, in many cases, became impossible to discern with absolute certainty. Among the most shocking of these trials was that of Barty Crouch Jr., son of the very man who led the prosecutions. The younger Crouch, alongside the Lestranges, was found guilty of torturing Frank and Alice Longbottom to insanity. The proceedings sent ripples through wizarding society, not only for the horrific nature of the crime, but for the revelation that darkness could lurk within even the most respected families. These trials served as painful reminders that evil rarely appears monstrous at first glance. Lord Voldemort's most devoted followers had not been ogres or trolls, but wizards and witches who could blend seamlessly into society, who had attended Hogwarts, worked respectable jobs, and in some cases raised families. Outside the courtrooms, in the quiet corners of wizarding establishments like the Leaky Cauldron, conversations often turned to those who had escaped justice. Names were whispered with suspicion or disdain: Malfoy, Knott, Avery, Crabbe, Goyle. Families whose patriarchs had claimed the imperious defense successfully found themselves socially isolated by those who remained unconvinced. The wizarding community, though officially at peace, remained fractured. Old friendships dissolved as questions of who had stood where during the war created unbridgeable divides. Some who had lost loved ones could not forgive those who had remained neutral, seeing their inaction as tacit support for the darkness. Others, exhausted by conflict, chose to accept dubious claims of innocence rather than prolong the pain of division. Meanwhile, perhaps the most significant lingering shadow was cast by uncertainty. Had Voldemort truly been defeated? Albus Dumbledore, regarded by many as the wisest wizard of the age, notably refrained from declaring the Dark Lord gone forever. In private conversations with select members of the Order of the Phoenix, he cautioned against assuming the threat had been permanently eliminated. This uncertainty manifested in different ways throughout wizarding society. Some chose to believe wholeheartedly in Voldemort's defeat, throwing themselves into rebuilding with optimism. Others maintained vigilance, scanning the horizon for signs of returning darkness. And a small number, primarily followers who had escaped capture, waited in watchful anticipation for their master's return, never quite abandoning the dogmas that had defined their service to him. For families like the Weasleys, the post-war years brought cautious optimism tempered by awareness. Arthur and Molly Weasley, having already raised several children during the First Wizarding War, now had the opportunity to watch their younger offspring grow in relatively peaceful times. Yet they never forgot what had been lost, nor did they allow their children to remain ignorant of the dangers that prejudice and dark magic presented. In contrast, families like the Malfoys navigated the post-war landscape with calculated precision. Lucius Malfoy, having secured his freedom through claims of bewitchment, set about rehabilitating his public image while privately preserving much of the ideology that had drawn him to Voldemort's service. His son Draco would grow up hearing one narrative in public and quite another behind the closed doors of Malfoy Manor. The Ministry of Magic, eager to project strength and stability, declared the danger decisively ended. Official publications emphasized the return to normalcy, and over time, references to Voldemort in the Daily Prophet became increasingly rare. This institutional amnesia would ultimately contribute to the wizarding world's unpreparedness when darkness eventually returned. Perhaps most poignant were the personal shadows that lingered in individual lives. Survivors of the war carried invisible wounds, memories of duels, losses, and choices made under pressure. Some found solace in sharing their experiences, while others locked their stories away, hoping that silence might eventually bring healing. As the first anniversary of Voldemort's fall approached, the wizarding world stood at a crossroads of remembrance and forward movement. How does a society properly honor its dead, while embracing the future their sacrifice made possible? What weight should be given to justice versus reconciliation? These questions had no simple answers, and in their complexity lay both the challenge and the opportunity of the peace that followed war. As you rest in the gentle darkness behind your eyelids, consider this. Which is the greater challenge, winning a war against a visible enemy, or maintaining peace when the true battlefield exists within the hearts and minds of ordinary people? Chapter 3. The Reconstruction. Stone by stone, spell by spell, the wizarding world began its careful reconstruction. As the initial euphoria of Voldemort's defeat settled into a quieter relief, witches and wizards everywhere turned their attention to the monumental task of rebuilding not just structures, but lives, institutions, and trust. The process would be neither swift nor simple, but it was undertaken with the resilience that had defined magical communities since ancient times. Diagon Alley, which had seen shops abandoned and storefronts boarded up during the height of the war, gradually returned to its former vibrancy. Imagine yourself walking its winding cobblestone path 2 years after the fall of Voldemort, where once stood empty windows and desperate signs. Fresh paint now gleamed in the sunlight. Ollivander, having survived several targeted attacks on his wand shop, reopened with an expanded selection, quietly acknowledging that many wands had been lost or broken during the conflict. Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, which had closed during the final year of fighting, welcomed customers back with new flavors created in celebration of peace. Everlasting Victory Vanilla and Phoenix Tear Sorbet became particularly popular among younger patrons. The proprietor himself, though more solemn than in years past, still offered free Sundays to students struggling with their history of magic homework. Other businesses emerged to fill needs that hadn't existed before the war. A small, unassuming shop opened near the intersection with Nocturne Alley, specializing in protective enchantments for homes and businesses. Its owner, a former Auror who had lost an eye in the service, found his expertise in high demand despite the official position that no threat remained. Gringotts Bank, which had weathered the war with characteristic goblin resilience, instituted new security measures while rebuilding trust with the magical community. Relations between goblins and wizards, never particularly warm, had been strained further by wartime restrictions. A new head of the Goblin Liaison Office at the Ministry made unprecedented efforts at reconciliation, including the controversial decision to return several goblin-made artifacts that had been in wizarding possession for generations. In wizarding villages throughout Britain, memorial ceremonies marked the first and then the second anniversaries of Voldemort's defeat. In Godric's Hollow, where it had all ended, the modest memorial to James and Lily Potter became a place of pilgrimage. Visitors often left flowers or small tokens of gratitude, though few stayed long, sensing something sacred in the quiet of the site. The Ministry of Magic itself underwent significant structural and philosophical changes during this period. After the rigid, sometimes excessive measures of Barty Crouch Sr.'s leadership, the Auror Office adopted more measured approaches to law enforcement under new direction. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement reviewed and revised many of the emergency powers it had claimed during wartime, though not all were relinquished, a decision that would have implications decades later. Millicent Bagnold, who had been Minister for Magic during the final years of the war, announced her retirement in 1990, after overseeing the initial period of peace and reconstruction. The election of Cornelius Fudge marked a significant shift in the ministry's approach, where Bagnold had been direct and sometimes harsh in her handling of crisis. Fudge projected an image of jovial reassurance. The wizarding public, weary of vigilance, largely welcomed this change in tone. Under Fudge's early administration, funding priorities shifted dramatically. Resources previously allocated to security were redirected toward more visible, popular initiatives. The Department of International Magical Cooperation saw its budget increased substantially as Britain sought to repair relationships with magical communities abroad that had been damaged by years of isolation and suspicion. These efforts bore fruit in the form of renewed cultural exchanges. International Quidditch tournaments resumed with enthusiastic participation. Wizarding delegations from France, Bulgaria, and even as far as Brazil made official visits to London. The British and Irish Quidditch League, which had suspended play during the worst years of the war, organized a special victory season, with proceeds going to families who had lost loved ones to Death Eater attacks. Educational reform became another cornerstone of the Reconstruction era. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, under Albus Dumbledore's steady guidance, carefully balanced honoring the past with preparing students for a more hopeful future. The defense against the dark arts curriculum was gradually moderated from its wartime intensity, though Dumbledore insisted on maintaining a higher standard than had been typical in the decades before Voldemort's rise. The school itself had been largely spared physical damage during the conflict, as Voldemort had never dared to directly attack while Dumbledore remained headmaster. Still, the invisible wounds carried by students who had lost family members required their own kind of healing. The hospital wing expanded its services to include consultations with healers specializing in emotional trauma, a practice that would continue quietly for many years. Other magical educational institutions that had closed entirely during the height of the conflict reopened their doors. Small academies teaching specialized magical disciplines from advanced transfiguration to experimental charm work found themselves with waiting lists of witches and wizards eager to pursue peacetime studies. The Wizarding Examinations Authority reported record numbers of adult witches and wizards sitting for NEWTs they had missed during the war years. Perhaps most significant was the generational shift occurring beneath these visible changes. Children born during or just after the war were growing up in a world fundamentally different from that of their parents. Young witches and wizards, like Percy Weasley, began their education at Hogwarts with only the vaguest memories of fear. For them, Voldemort was already becoming a historical figure rather than a lived reality, a transformation that carried both benefits and risks. Families that had been torn apart began the delicate process of reconnection. Those who had fled abroad during the war's darkest days returned to find a changed society. Reunions were joyful but often complicated by divergent experiences and perspectives. Some discovered they had grown apart in ways that could not be bridged, while others found that shared magical heritage provided foundation enough for rebuilding relationships. As the wizarding world rebuilt its structures and institutions, it also engaged in a more subtle reconstruction of its identity. What did it mean to be a magical community in the aftermath of such profound darkness? The answers varied widely, shaping not just the immediate years of peace, but laying groundwork for how the Second Wizarding War would eventually be confronted. In the gentle quiet of your thoughts, consider this question: when a society rebuilds after conflict, should it prioritize remembering or forgetting, and what might be lost in either choice? Chapter 4. The Ministry of Magic. During peacetime, the grand atrium of the Ministry of Magic gradually transformed during the years of peace, shedding the austere, vigilant atmosphere of wartime for something more welcoming. The dark wood paneling remained, as did the impressive fireplaces lining the walls for flow network arrivals, but subtle changes reflected the shifting priorities of Wizarding Britain's government. Golden symbols drifted lazily across the peacock blue ceiling, replacing the stark utilitarian lighting that had been installed during the height of the war. The Fountain of Magical Brethren was restored to its central position, its water flowing with a gentle sound that echoed throughout the vast space. With the immediate threat of Lord Voldemort removed, the ministry underwent significant reorganization. Imagine yourself as a visitor during this transition, noticing how the security checkpoint, once staffed by grim-faced witches and wizards with their wands at the ready, now featured more personable attendants. The visitor badges they distributed were brighter in color, and the questions asked were perfunctory rather than probing. This shift from constant vigilance to bureaucratic routine perfectly encapsulated the ministry's post-war evolution. Cornelius Fudge, who assumed the position of Minister for Magic in 1990, embodied this new approach, where his predecessor Millicent Bagnold had been direct and sometimes harsh in her handling of the final war years and immediate aftermath. Fudge cultivated an image of reassuring normality. He was frequently photographed for the Daily Prophet wearing his signature lime green bowler hat, smiling and shaking hands with prominent wizards or attending social functions. His public statements consistently emphasized that the dark times were firmly behind them. "Our world is safer than it has been in decades," became Fudge's unofficial slogan, repeated in speeches and interviews. This messaging resonated with a populace eager to believe in security, even as it gradually eroded the vigilance that some, like Albus Dumbledore, believed remained necessary. The ministry's internal power structure shifted accordingly. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which had held tremendous authority during wartime, saw its influence and budget gradually reduced. Meanwhile, departments focused on regulation and administration gained prominence. The Department of International Magical Cooperation, under the leadership of Bartemius Crouch Sr., who had been transferred from magical law enforcement after his son's trial, worked diligently to repair fractured relationships with magical communities abroad. This reallocation of resources reflected deeper philosophical changes about the role of magical government. During the First Wizarding War, the Ministry had functioned primarily as a defensive bulwark against the Death Eaters. Now, it reclaimed its regulatory and administrative functions with renewed vigor, sometimes to the frustration of those who found themselves subject to increasing bureaucracy. Arthur Weasley's misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office serves as an instructive example of this shift. Created shortly after the war ended, this small, underfunded department represented the Ministry's renewed interest in maintaining the international statute of secrecy through preventative measures rather than crisis response. While objectively important work, the contrast between Arthur's dedicated enforcement of regulations on enchanted teapots and the life-or-death raids of wartime horrors illustrated how thoroughly priorities had changed. The Ministry's relationship with the wizarding public evolved as well. During the war, communication had been primarily functional: warnings, instructions, and emergency protocols. In peacetime, the Ministry developed more sophisticated public relations capabilities. The Department of Magical Games and Sports, in particular, became a vehicle for positive engagement, organizing events that brought the community together and generated goodwill toward the government. This emphasis on maintaining public approval occasionally led to questionable decision-making. When events that might cause panic arose, such as the escape of dangerous magical creatures or incidents of dark magic, there was an increasing tendency to minimize or conceal information, rather than risk undermining confidence in the Ministry's control. This pattern, subtle at first, would become more pronounced as years passed. Personnel changes throughout the Ministry reflected both political calculations and genuine attempts at reform. Some officials who had served during the war years found themselves gradually sidelined, their vigilance and wartime experiences suddenly viewed as liabilities rather than assets. Others adeptly navigated the transition, moderating their language and approaches to align with the new atmosphere. Dolores Umbridge's rise through the Ministry ranks during this period exemplifies one path to advancement in the post-war bureaucracy. Beginning in the improper use of magic office, she built a reputation for unflinching enforcement of regulations and unwavering loyalty to her superiors. Her ability to project both strict adherence to rules and cheerful conformity to the Ministry's messaging made her valuable to administrators like Fudge, who valued predictability and control. In contrast, Aurors like Alastor Mad-Eye Moody found themselves increasingly marginalized. Moody's constant vigilance, once considered essential, was now often dismissed as paranoia. Though his expertise remained unquestioned, his gruff insistence that dark wizards still posed a threat ran counter to the narrative of complete security that the Ministry preferred to project. By the mid-1990s, Moody had retired from active service, though he would occasionally consult on particularly difficult cases. The Wizengamot, Britain's High Court of Law and legislative body, also underwent subtle changes during this period. The intensity of the immediate post-war trials gave way to more routine judicial proceedings. While the Wizengamot maintained its impressive ceremonial traditions, the plum-colored robes, the formal addresses, the ancient chamber where deliberations took place, the substance of its work increasingly focused on regulatory violations rather than serious crimes against the wizarding community. Foreign visitors to the Ministry during these years often commented on the contrast between its imposing architecture and the relatively mundane matters now occupying its officials. The Department of Magical Transportation devoted considerable resources to standardizing regulations for broomstick manufacturing. The Goblin Liaison Office developed new protocols for managing disputes over inheritance of wizarding artifacts. The Committee on Experimental Charms reviewed and registered new spells developed by private researchers. Yet beneath this veneer of bureaucratic normality, certain darker functions continued. The Department of Mysteries, housed in the Ministry's lowest levels, maintained its secretive operations with little change from wartime. the unspeakables who worked there, researching the deepest mysteries of magic, rarely interacted with their colleagues in other departments. What they learned about prophecy, time, thought, love, and death during these years remains largely unknown, but their work continued regardless of the political climate above. Similarly, Azkaban prison remained under Ministry control, its Dementors continuing their grim duty of guarding the wizarding world's most dangerous criminals. Though the influx of new prisoners slowed dramatically after the post-war trials concluded, the Ministry made few reforms to the prison's notorious conditions. This reluctance to reconsider the use of Dementors would eventually prove consequential when Voldemort returned and offered these creatures greater freedom in exchange for their allegiance. As the years of peace stretched on, the Ministry of Magic settled into comfortable patterns, its daily operations running smoothly enough that many young witches and wizards grew up, viewing it as an unremarkable institution rather than the wartime command center it had once been. This normalization, while providing welcome stability, gradually eroded institutional memory of what had made Voldemort's rise possible in the first place. As sleep begins to enfold you in its gentle embrace, consider this: when institutions designed to protect us prioritize the appearance of safety over addressing uncomfortable truths, what vulnerabilities might develop beneath the surface of seeming peace. Chapter 5. Life at Hogwarts. During the years of peace, the ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle basked in the gentle light of peacetime, their weathered surfaces seeming almost to exhale after years of tension. High in the towers, windows that had once been kept shuttered now stood open to the Scottish Highland breezes. The corridors, which had sometimes fallen silent during the darkest days of the First Wizarding War, now rang continuously with the sounds of students hurrying to classes, their laughter echoing up staircases and through passageways. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had always been more than an educational institution. It was a sanctuary, a repository of magical knowledge, and for many, a second home. During the years between the wars, this beloved castle returned fully to its primary purpose, nurturing young minds in the arts of magic. Albus Dumbledore, who had led the school through the troubled times of Voldemort's first rise to power, continued as headmaster with renewed vigor. Though his hair grew whiter, and his face more lined with each passing year, his blue eyes never lost their perceptive twinkle. Students from this era often described Dumbledore's presence at the staff table during meals as reassuring, a living reminder that they were protected by one of the greatest wizards of the age. Imagine yourself seated in the Great Hall during this period. The enchanted ceiling above reflected a clear blue sky scattered with cotton-soft clouds. At the long house tables, students chatted animatedly between bites of the excellent food that appeared, as always, from the kitchens below. The hourglasses recording house points stood along the wall, their colored gems shifting regularly as professors rewarded answers or deducted points for minor infractions. This scene, repeated daily throughout the school year, embodied the comfortable routine that peace had restored. The faculty during these years represented a mix of continuity and change. Professor Minerva McGonagall continued as Transfiguration teacher and head of Gryffindor House. Her strict demeanor softened just slightly in the absence of war's constant pressure. Phileas Flitwick brought his characteristic enthusiasm to Charms lessons, occasionally incorporating new spells he had researched during summer holidays. Pomona Sprout's greenhouses flourished particularly well during these years, allowing for more complex and interesting herbology lessons. The position of defense against the dark arts teacher, however, continued its curious pattern of yearly turnover. Despite the absence of any immediate dark threat, the position remained surprisingly difficult to fill permanently. Students during the peaceful years received wildly varying quality of instruction in this subject, from brilliant practitioners who lasted just 1 year to mediocre scholars who struggled to demonstrate practical applications of defensive magic. This inconsistency in defense against the dark arts instruction would later prove consequential, as it meant that an entire generation of young witches and wizards received uneven preparation for recognizing and combating the dark arts. While Dumbledore maintained minimum standards for the curriculum, the frequent changes in teaching style and emphasis created gaps in students' practical knowledge. The student body itself underwent subtle changes during these years. Children who entered Hogwarts, some in the immediate aftermath of Voldemort's fall, often carried with them the second-hand trauma of the war. They had grown up hearing whispered conversations between parents who thought them asleep, seeing grief that went unexplained, absorbing tensions that lingered in their households. By contrast, those who began their education in the mid to late 1980s had experienced mainly the world of peace, with the war existing primarily as a historical event rather than a lived reality. This generational shift was evident in how students approached their studies. House rivalries, while still present, lost some of the edge that had characterized them during times of greater division in the wizarding world. Slytherin House, which had seen its reputation particularly damaged by the war due to the disproportionate number of Death Eaters from its alumni, slowly began rebuilding its identity around qualities like ambition and resourcefulness rather than blood purity. The educational experience at Hogwarts expanded in subtle ways during these peaceful years. The library, under Madame Pince's strict but effective supervision, added volumes on international magical practices that had previously been difficult to obtain due to strained relations with other wizarding communities. The Astronomy Tower hosted occasional collaborative observations with visiting scholars. Even the Forbidden Forest became slightly less forbidden, as care of magical creatures lessons sometimes ventured to its safer edges under careful supervision. Quidditch remained the school's most popular extracurricular activity, with house pride manifesting most visibly during matches. The late 1980s saw a particularly memorable Gryffindor-Slytherin final, frequently referenced in Hogwarts, a history for the unprecedented duration of the match and the spectacular feint executed by Gryffindor's Seeker that eventually secured victory. The castle itself seemed to respond to the peaceful atmosphere, revealing secrets and passages that had remained hidden during more dangerous times. Prefects on night patrol occasionally discovered rooms that had not been noted on any map, containing curious artifacts or ancient books. The Room of Requirement, that most mysterious of Hogwarts secrets, was rediscovered multiple times by different students in need, though its full capabilities remained largely unknown until years later. Hogsmeade weekends took on particular significance during this era, as restrictions on student movements were relaxed. The village, which had sometimes seemed subdued during the war years, now welcomed Hogwarts students with vibrant displays and shop windows. Zonko's Joke Shop introduced new products annually, while Honeydukes developed special limited edition treats that became collector's items among candy enthusiasts. The Three Broomsticks Inn served its famous butterbeer to crowds of students who gathered to socialize away from the watchful eyes of professors. Holiday celebrations at the castle retained their magical splendor, perhaps even enhanced by the relief that accompanied peace. Christmas at Hogwarts meant 12 towering trees in the Great Hall, decorated by Professor Flitwick with golden bubbles and magical snow that never melted. Suits of armor were enchanted to sing carols somewhat off-key, and the feast rivaled any found elsewhere in the wizarding world. Halloween featured live bats fluttering among floating pumpkins, while the start of term and end-of-year feasts bookended each school year with appropriate ceremony. The changing seasons brought their own rhythms to life at Hogwarts. Spring saw the grounds burst into vibrant life, with magical and non-magical plants alike blooming around the lake and along the edges of the Forbidden Forest. Summer meant examinations, but also picnics on the grounds during free periods. Autumn painted the surrounding mountains in russet and gold, visible from tower windows during classes. Winter transformed the landscape into a pristine white expanse, occasionally leading to impromptu snowball fights that even serious students found difficult to resist. Throughout these peaceful years, students continued to arrive at age 11, discover their magical abilities, forge friendships, experience rivalries, fall in love, take their OWLs and new T.S, and eventually graduate to take their places in the wider wizarding world. The names recorded in the ledgers during this period included many who would later play significant roles in the Second Wizarding War, though none could have predicted this as they nervously awaited their turn under the Sorting Hat. Among the last classes to experience Hogwarts in this era of relative innocence was the cohort that included Fred and George Weasley, who entered in 1989. Their legendary pranks and eventual creation of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes had roots in experiments conducted in dormitories and empty classrooms during these final years of peace. Similarly, Cedric Diggory, who entered in 1986, embodied the noble qualities that Hogwarts sought to instill in its students, qualities that would later make his fate all the more tragic. As the gentle waves of sleep begin to lap at the shores of your consciousness, consider this: what lessons and values absorbed during peaceful school days might remain dormant until called upon in times of crisis, and how might the experiences of Hogwarts have prepared, or failed to prepare, its students for the darkness that would eventually return. Chapter 6: Cultural Developments and Daily Life During Peacetime. When shadows of fear recede, the colors of everyday life grow more vibrant. In the wizarding world, the years following Voldemort's first defeat witnessed a cultural renaissance as witches and wizards embraced freedoms long suppressed by the climate of suspicion and danger. This period of peace brought forth new expressions in art, literature, music, and fashion, while daily routines settled into patterns that younger generations would come to regard as normal rather than precious. The wireless sets in wizarding homes, which had once frequently broadcast emergency announcements and safety instructions, now primarily carried entertainment. The Wizarding Wireless Network expanded its programming significantly during this era, introducing new shows that captured the optimistic spirit of the times. Witching Hour, a popular evening program, featured interviews with notable magical personalities, alongside music from rising stars like Celestina Warbeck, whose romantic ballads resonated with a population eager for emotional connection after years of restraint. Imagine yourself settled in a comfortable armchair beside a crackling fire on a winter evening, the warm glow of magical lamps casting gentle shadows across your sitting room as you tune your wireless to hear the latest episode of Enchanted Encounters, a serial drama following the adventures of a wizard diplomat, navigating both international magical politics and a complicated love life. Such simple pleasures, once overshadowed by greater concerns, became central to wizarding household routines. Literary culture flourished particularly well during these peaceful years. Flourish and Blots, the premier bookshop in Diagon Alley, expanded its premises twice to accommodate growing demand for both recreational and educational reading material. New publications addressing previously neglected magical traditions gained popularity, reflecting a renewed interest in the diverse practices of global wizardry. Bathilda Bagshot, the renowned magical historian, published several well-received supplements to her classic A History of Magic, incorporating research that had been impossible to conduct during the war years. Fiction, too, found an eager audience. The adventure novels of Mirabella Plunkett, featuring a witch detective solving magical mysteries across Europe, became so popular that prospective readers often had to place their names on waiting lists at bookshops. Children's literature expanded significantly, with many parents and grandparents eager to provide youngsters with stories that depicted a magical world of wonder rather than danger. Visual arts underwent a similar revival. The centuries-old tradition of magical portraiture evolved in interesting ways, with innovative artists like Cornelius Mimblewhite developing techniques that allowed subjects greater freedom of movement between frames. His controversial exhibition, Perspectives Beyond the Canvas, at the Magical Gallery in London, sparked lively debate about the boundaries between art and enchantment. Photography, a relatively recent addition to wizarding culture, became increasingly accessible as developing potions improved and cameras became more affordable. Family photographs multiplied on mantelpieces across Britain, capturing moments of ordinary joy, children receiving their first training brooms, summer picnics by lakes where friendly merpeople occasionally waved from a distance, graduation ceremonies from Hogwarts, with enchanted caps that shot miniature fireworks into the air. Daily life for the average magical family settled into comfortable patterns that would have seemed luxuriously mundane during wartime. Morning routines typically began with the arrival of Owl Post, delivering the daily prophet alongside personal correspondence. The newspaper itself transformed during these years, gradually shifting from hard news toward more lifestyle content and human interest stories, a change that reflected reader preferences but would later prove problematic when more serious reporting became necessary. Mealtimes remained important anchors in wizarding households, often featuring dishes prepared with both magical and manual techniques. The peacetime economy made ingredients more readily available, leading to a renaissance in magical cooking. Cauldron cakes, once a simple treat, now came in dozens of varieties, while experimental confectioners developed sweets with increasingly elaborate enchantments, from fizzing whiz-bees that caused temporary levitation to ice mice that made your teeth chatter and squeak. Transportation habits evolved as restrictions eased. The flu network, which had been tightly regulated during the war for security reasons, now operated with minimal oversight, allowing witches and wizards to travel between connected fireplaces with unprecedented freedom. This connectivity facilitated everything from casual social visits to romantic relationships between magical folk living in different parts of the country. Weekend trips to previously avoided locations became common, with wizarding communities in coastal areas and the countryside seeing increased tourism from their urban counterparts. Fashion in the wizarding world, which had grown practical and subdued during the conflict, blossomed with renewed creativity. Robes in vibrant colors and experimental cuts became popular for social occasions, while everyday wear increasingly incorporated elements of Muggle fashion, particularly among younger witches and wizards, and those living in areas with significant non-magical populations. Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions expanded its product lines to include enchanted accessories that could change color to match any outfit or alert the wearer to inclement weather. The line between magical and Muggle worlds remained legally distinct due to the International Statute of Secrecy, but cultural boundaries became somewhat more porous during these peaceful years. Wizards working in fields that required Muggle interaction, like Arthur Weasley in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, developed greater familiarity with non-magical society. Some magical households adopted Muggle inventions that proved practical, such as certain cooking implements or furniture designs, though typically with magical modifications. Sports and recreation thrived particularly well in this environment. Quidditch, always the most popular wizarding sport, entered what many enthusiasts consider its golden age. The 1986 formation of the Tutshill Tornadoes legendary lineup, featuring the seeking prodigy Roderick Plumpton, drew record crowds to matches across the country. Smaller local teams multiplied, giving young players more opportunities to develop their skills, while international competition resumed with renewed vigor. Less mainstream magical games also enjoyed resurgences. Gobstone's clubs organized national championships that received coverage in specialized publications. Exploding snap tournaments became regular features at wizarding pubs, sometimes lasting well into the night. Wizard chess experienced renewed interest after the publication of Strategic Sorcery, Advanced Tactics for the Serious Player, by Grandmaster Octavius Knight. Hobbies and crafts provided many witches and wizards with creative outlets during these years of relative tranquility. The ancient art of wandlore, while still primarily the domain of specialized craftsmen like Ollivander, became a popular subject for amateur study. Herbologists cultivated elaborate magical gardens, sometimes competing in regional showcases to display particularly rare or beautiful specimens. Brewing recreational potions, from simple mood enhancers to complex concoctions that temporarily altered the drinker's sensory perception, developed into a sophisticated hobby among certain circles. For families with children, the peaceful era meant raising young witches and wizards without the constant background anxiety that had characterized parenting during the war. Magical children generally received their education at home until age 11, learning basic literacy, numeracy, and magical theory before attending Hogwarts. Playdates between magical families became more frequent and relaxed, allowing children to form friendships without the wartime concerns about who could be trusted. Holidays and festivals regained their traditional importance in wizarding culture. Halloween, always significant due to its magical associations, became a particularly elaborate celebration, with enchanted decorations growing more sophisticated each year. Christmas in magical households combined ancient wizarding traditions with elements adopted from Muggle culture over centuries of proximity, resulting in festivities that featured both singing ornaments and Father Christmas delivering gifts by broom rather than sleigh. Perhaps most significantly, magical communities developed a greater sense of internal diversity during these years. The shared threat of Voldemort had sometimes created a false unity based on opposition to a common enemy. In peacetime, different philosophical and political perspectives emerged or re-emerged within wizarding society. Debates about magical education, creature rights, relations with non-human magical beings, and the appropriate degree of separation from Muggle society became more common in public discourse. These peaceful years allowed a generation of young witches and wizards to grow up, viewing such open discussion as normal. A stark contrast to their parents' experiences. Children like Percy Weasley, who would enter Hogwarts in 1987, developed aspirations based on a functioning, stable magical government rather than a resistance movement. Their expectations and assumptions about the wizarding world would shape how they later responded when darkness eventually returned. As your thoughts drift toward sleep like leaves carried on a gentle autumn breeze, consider this: do periods of peace reveal who we truly are as individuals and societies, or do they merely mask deeper currents that only surface in times of crisis? Chapter 7. Key figures who shaped the peaceful era. Great movements in history are often remembered by their most visible leaders, but periods of peace are shaped by countless hands working in quieter ways. The years between Voldemort's first defeat and his eventual return were influenced by figures across the spectrum of wizarding society, some holding formal authority, others wielding cultural influence, and a few working almost invisibly to prepare for what they believed would someday come again. Cornelius Fudge, who became Minister for Magic in 1990, exemplified a particular approach to leadership that defined much of this peaceful interlude. Imagine him striding through the ministry atrium, lime green bowler hat perched jauntily on his head, stopping frequently to shake hands and exchange pleasantries with passing witches and wizards. Fudge possessed a politician's gift for remembering names and family connections, a talent that served him well in building the network of relationships that secured his position. Unlike his predecessor, Millicent Bagnold, who had guided the wizarding community through the final tumultuous years of war with stern pragmatism, Fudge cultivated an image of avuncular accessibility. His speeches, delivered in a hearty, reassuring tone, consistently emphasized stability and normality. "The wizarding world has never been safer," became his refrain, repeated so often that it transformed from aspiration to assumption in the minds of many. Fudge's leadership style was characterized by extensive delegation and a preference for consensus rather than bold action. The daily operations of the ministry largely ran themselves under department heads with considerable autonomy, while Fudge focused on maintaining public confidence through ceremonial appearances and regular interviews with the Daily Prophet. This approach proved initially popular with a population weary of crisis, though it would eventually reveal its limitations when decisive action became necessary. In stark contrast stood Albus Dumbledore, whose influence during this period extended far beyond his official role as headmaster of Hogwarts. Though he had declined the position of Minister for Magic for the third time following Voldemort's defeat, Dumbledore remained perhaps the most respected figure in wizarding Britain. His counsel was sought on matters ranging from international magical cooperation to educational reform, and his occasional public statements carried weight that sometimes exceeded official ministry pronouncements. During these peaceful years, Dumbledore maintained his positions as Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and chief warlock of the Wizengamot, in addition to his Hogwarts responsibilities. This constellation of roles allowed him to observe developments across magical society from multiple vantage points, knowledge he collected with the patient diligence of one who believed it might someday prove essential. Those who worked closely with Dumbledore during this era often noted the contrast between his public persona, cheerful, slightly eccentric, fond of chamber music and ten-pin bowling, and the more contemplative figure he presented in private meetings. Behind closed doors, Dumbledore never fully embraced the prevailing narrative that the threat of dark magic had been permanently eliminated. Instead, he advocated for sustained vigilance, albeit in ways subtle enough to avoid creating panic or being dismissed as alarmist. The relationship between Fudge and Dumbledore during these years was cordial but increasingly complex. Initially, the minister sought the headmaster's advice frequently, sometimes arriving at Hogwarts unannounced for consultation on difficult matters. Gradually, however, a subtle distance grew between them. Fudge, becoming more comfortable in his authority, began to perceive Dumbledore's continued influence as potentially threatening, while Dumbledore grew concerned about the ministry's preference for appearance over substance. Beyond these two towering figures, other individuals shaped the peaceful era in significant ways. Bartemius Crouch Sr., once positioned to become minister himself before his son's arrest as a Death Eater, redirected his considerable talents to international affairs as head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. His fluency in over 200 languages and rigorous approach to diplomatic protocol helped rebuild relationships with magical communities abroad that had been strained during the war years. In the realm of magical law enforcement, Amelia Bones emerged as a figure of growing importance. Having joined the Department of Magical Law Enforcement shortly after the end of the war, she rose through the ranks on the strength of her fair-minded approach to justice and unwavering integrity. By the mid-1990s, she had become head of the department, where she maintained professional standards even as resources were increasingly directed elsewhere. Her influence ensured that the Aurora office, though reduced in size, continued to attract talented witches and wizards committed to combating dark magic. The sphere of public information saw the rising prominence of Rita Skeeter, a journalist whose acid-green quick quotes quill produced increasingly sensational stories for the Daily Prophet. Skeeter's particular talent lay in transforming complex situations into simplified narratives that played to readers' preconceptions, a skill that made her reporting popular, if not always reliable. During the peaceful years, her celebrity profiles and exposés of minor scandals served mainly as entertainment, though her methods would later be turned toward more consequential subjects. Cultural life during this period was significantly influenced by figures like Celestina Warbeck, whose soaring soprano brought wizarding musical traditions to new heights of popularity. Her annual Christmas broadcast became a beloved tradition in magical households across Britain, while her benefit concerts raised substantial funds for causes like magical creature preservation and St. Mungo's Hospital. The sentiments expressed in her most popular ballads, resilience, love overcoming obstacles, finding joy in ordinary moments, resonated deeply with a population recovering from collective trauma. In the world of sports, Ludo Bagman transitioned from his celebrated career as a beater for the Wimburne Wasps to head the Department of Magical Games and Sports. His boyish enthusiasm and first-hand knowledge of professional Quidditch helped revitalize the British and Irish League after the war's disruptions. Under his leadership, attendance at matches reached record levels, and the 1986 formation of the Tuthill Tornadoes' legendary lineup is often attributed to his behind-the-scenes advocacy for investment in talent development. The academic realm saw significant contributions from scholars like Bathilda Bagshot, who used the peaceful years to complete important historical research that had been interrupted by the war. Her supplement to A History of Magic, covering the Grindelwald era, was particularly notable for its balanced treatment of a period many preferred not to examine too closely. Though advanced in years, Bagshot continued to correspond with historians worldwide, ensuring that British magical scholarship remained connected to global developments. Within the pure-blood community, Lucius Malfoy emerged as an increasingly influential figure, despite, or perhaps because of, the questions surrounding his activities during the war. Having successfully claimed that his service to the Dark Lord had been coerced through the Imperious Curse, Malfoy devoted himself to rebuilding his family's public image, while maintaining their traditional position at the center of pure-blood society. His substantial donations to St. Mungo's Hospital, Hogwarts School, and various cultural institutions bought both social rehabilitation and political access. The Malfoy Manor became a gathering place for a certain segment of wizarding society, hosting elaborate garden parties and seasonal balls where ministry officials mingled with old pureblood families. These events, covered extensively in the society pages of the Daily Prophet, helped normalize Lucius's presence in the corridors of power, despite the whispered doubts that continued to follow him. His appointment to the Hogwarts Board of Governors in the late 1980s symbolized his successful reintegration into respectable society. In contrast to such visible figures, others worked in relative obscurity during these years, their contributions recognized by few. Arthur Weasley, heading the small misuse of Muggle artifacts office with minimal resources and staff, consistently advocated for better understanding of Muggle society within the ministry. Though often gently mocked for his enthusiasm, his work in containing potentially exposing breaches of the Statute of Secrecy prevented numerous incidents that might have strained the increasingly delicate balance between magical and non-magical worlds. Similarly, Remus Lupin navigated these years quietly, moving between magical and Muggle worlds, as his lycanthropy made sustained employment in either difficult to maintain. Though his condition forced him to live modestly, Lupin occasionally contributed thoughtful articles to magical publications under pseudonyms, particularly on the subject of dark creature classification and the ethics of magical defense. These writings, while not widely read at the time, would later influence a generation of Defense Against the Dark Arts students during his brief tenure at Hogwarts. Hogwarts itself saw the steady influence of staff members like Minerva McGonagall, whose unwavering commitment to educational excellence ensured that standards did not slip, despite the more relaxed atmosphere of peacetime. Her former students from this era often recall her particular insistence that transfiguration theory be understood completely before practical applications were attempted. A methodical approach that produced exceptionally well-prepared graduates. Even the ghosts of the wizarding world played their parts in shaping this period. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, used his 500th Death Day celebration to bring together an unprecedented gathering of spirits from across Britain and the continent, fostering connections that would later prove valuable sources of historical insight. The Bloody Baron, meanwhile, maintained his silent vigilance over Slytherin House, his mere presence sometimes deterring students from paths that might have led toward dark magic. As this era of peace extended year after year, some of these influential figures grew complacent, while others remained watchful. Some used their positions to prepare for futures they hoped would come, others for futures they feared. All of them, knowingly or not, were shaping the world that would eventually face Voldemort's return. As sleep begins to envelop you like a warm cloak on a winter's night, consider this question: in what ways might those who maintain vigilance during peacetime be both the most essential guardians of society and the most easily dismissed as paranoid or out of touch? Chapter 8. Security Measures and Vigilance. During this time, the veneer of peace often conceals undercurrents of caution, and so it was during the years between the Wizarding Wars. While most of magical Britain embraced the return to normalcy with relief and enthusiasm, certain measures remained in place, some visible, others hidden from public view, that reflected a more nuanced understanding of the fragility of peace. These security measures, and the varying degrees of vigilance maintained by different segments of wizarding society, would prove consequential when darkness eventually returned. The Ministry of Magic underwent significant changes in its security approach during this period. Imagine yourself approaching the visitor's entrance, that curious red telephone box in London, in the years following Voldemort's first defeat. Where once multiple identity verifications and wand examinations would have greeted visitors, now a more streamlined process prevailed. The security wizard at the reception desk might glance at your visitor's badge, perhaps ask the purpose of your visit, but rarely subjected anyone to the intensive scrutiny that had once been standard. Within the ministry itself, certain physical security features were gradually removed or deactivated. The golden gates leading to the inner lifts, which had once been enchanted to detect dark magical objects and concealment spells, were maintained primarily as architectural features rather than security measures. The different departments, which had once operated under complex protections that limited access to authorized personnel, became increasingly interconnected and accessible, reflecting the administration's emphasis on efficiency and transparency. This relaxation of security extended to the protective enchantments surrounding important magical locations. Diagon Alley, which had been guarded by aurors positioned at strategic points during the height of the war, returned to relying primarily on the concealment charm of the brick entrance behind the leaky cauldron. The Hogwarts Express, once subjected to multiple security sweeps before departure, resumed its traditional operation with minimal special precautions beyond those that had existed for centuries. Yet alongside these visible reductions in security, other measures continued with less public attention. Gringotts Bank maintained and even enhanced its formidable protections, with rumors suggesting that additional dragons had been positioned to guard the oldest and deepest vaults. The goblins, whose relations with the wizarding community had been strained by wartime restrictions, insisted on absolute security for the treasures entrusted to their care, regardless of whether dark wizards were active or not. Azkaban Prison remained under the guard of Dementors, those soul-draining creatures that had allied with the Ministry during the war. Despite occasional debate about the ethics of using such beings as jailers, the system continued unchanged, with the Dementors preventing all escape attempts, at least until Sirius Black's unprecedented breakout would later shock the wizarding world. The high-security wing, housing captured Death Eaters like Bellatrix Lestrange and Antonin Dolohov, maintained its extraordinary measures, including anti-magic wards and constant Dementor presence. The Department of Mysteries, perhaps the most secretive section of the Ministry, altered its security least during this peaceful interlude. The unspeakables who worked there continued their research into profound magical questions: time, death, love, thought, and prophecy, behind layers of protective enchantments that few outsiders ever encountered. Access remained strictly limited, with even senior ministry officials requiring special authorization to enter certain chambers within the department. Among private citizens, approaches to security during this era varied widely. Many magical households relaxed or removed the protective enchantments they had placed during the war years. Families no longer felt the need to cast caterwauling charms around their property perimeters or to enchant objects to alert them to the presence of strangers. The practice of having security questions to identify family members, once common during the height of the conflict, largely disappeared from daily life. Yet certain families, particularly those who had suffered direct losses during the First Wizarding War, maintained higher levels of vigilance. The Longbottom's residence, managed by Augusta Longbottom, after the torture of her son and daughter-in-law, featured layers of protective magic that reflected both practical security concerns and the psychological impact of what had happened to Frank and Alice. Similarly, Alistair Mad-Eye Moody's home became legendary for its defensive measures, which grew increasingly elaborate as the years passed and his paranoia, or prescience, deepened. The Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's organization that had fought Voldemort directly during the First Wizarding War, was never formally dissolved. Rather, it entered a dormant phase, with members returning to their ordinary lives while maintaining loose connections through occasional gatherings that appeared social in nature, but often included brief exchanges of information about potential dark activity. These meetings became less frequent as the years passed, but the network remained, capable of reactivation if needed. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the ancient protective enchantments surrounding the castle continued their silent vigil. though students rarely thought about them during this peaceful era. The statues and suits of armor that could be animated for defense in emergencies stood as decorative features rather than sentinels. Yet Dumbledore regularly renewed and strengthened these protections, sometimes working late into the night on complex charms that few other wizards could have maintained. The school's security included certain measures unknown to most students and staff. The headmaster's office contained several curious silver instruments that monitored various aspects of the castle's safety. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets remained sealed, though it would eventually be opened again. The Room of Requirement continued its enigmatic existence, accessible only to those who truly needed it and understood how to find it. These features represented layers of protection, integrated so seamlessly into the castle's magic that they seemed more like quirks than deliberate security measures. International magical security underwent significant evolution during this period as well. The International Confederation of Wizards established new protocols for monitoring unusual magical activity across borders, partly in response to incidents like the mysterious disturbances reported in Albanian forests, where Voldemort's weakened spirit had taken refuge, though this connection was not understood at the time. These measures represented a recognition that dark magic rarely remained confined to national boundaries. By the early 1990s, the British Ministry of Magic had developed a somewhat contradictory approach to security. Officially, it maintained that extraordinary vigilance was no longer necessary, with Minister Fudge frequently emphasizing that the dark times were firmly in the past. Yet certain departments, particularly those dealing with magical law enforcement, continued preparations for potential threats, despite reduced budgets and staff. This tension between official messaging and practical reality created gaps in the wizarding world's defenses. The Aura training program, which had produced exceptional dark wizard catchers during and immediately after the war, saw fewer qualified applicants and a relaxation of standards. Some of the most experienced Aurors retired or transferred to less demanding positions, taking with them institutional knowledge that would prove difficult to replace when it was eventually needed. Similarly, the ministry's monitoring of known or suspected former Death Eaters became increasingly perfunctory as years passed without incident. Individuals like Lucius Malfoy, who had claimed to have acted under the Imperious Curse, gradually normalized their presence in wizarding society through strategic philanthropy and political connections. The watch lists that had once been regularly updated fell into disuse, filed away in offices that grew dusty with neglect. Perhaps most significantly, the wizarding community's psychological vigilance diminished with each passing year of peace. The generation that had experienced the war firsthand began to speak of it less frequently, partly from a desire to move forward, and partly to spare younger witches and wizards from fear. Children born after Voldemort's fall grew up hearing only vague references to the dark times, without clear understanding of what had made them dark or how ordinary people had been drawn into supporting darkness. This generational gap in awareness created a vulnerability that extended beyond physical security measures. Young witches and wizards entering Hogwarts in the early 1990s, contemporaries of Harry Potter, had little context for recognizing the signs of rising dark power or understanding the ideologies that had fueled Voldemort's first rise. Their education in defense against the dark arts, hampered by inconsistent teaching, often emphasized countering magical creatures rather than identifying the subtle influence of dark wizards on individuals and institutions. Yet even as general vigilance decreased, certain individuals maintained their watch. Albus Dumbledore's collection of memories related to Tom Riddle continued to grow during these years, stored in the pensieve kept in his office. His occasional absences from Hogwarts often coincided with investigations into obscure magical questions related to Voldemort's past and possible means of survival. These solitary efforts, largely hidden from public view, represented perhaps the most significant security measure of the era, though their importance would not become apparent until much later. In the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, junior officials like Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks maintained higher standards of vigilance than their superiors sometimes appreciated. Their attention to detail and willingness to investigate seemingly minor irregularities in magical activity positioned them to recognize the signs of Voldemort's return more quickly than colleagues who had fully embraced the narrative of permanent peace. As the peaceful years continued, security and vigilance became increasingly matters of individual choice rather than institutional policy. Some chose to remember and remain watchful. Others preferred to believe that the darkness had been permanently banished. This division would eventually determine how quickly different segments of wizarding society recognized and responded to Voldemort's return. As you drift towards sleep, the boundaries between vigilance and rest growing pleasantly blurred. Consider this question: what determines whether the lessons of history provide wisdom for the future, or merely become stories that lose their power to warn with each retelling? Chapter 9. Early Signs of Darkness Returning. The transition from light to darkness rarely happens suddenly. Instead, shadows lengthen gradually, almost imperceptibly, until one day we realize that more of our world lies in twilight than in sunshine. So it was during the final years of peace before Voldemort's return, a time when subtle signs of growing darkness appeared across the wizarding world, noticed by few and understood by fewer still. The Albanian forests, with their ancient trees and deep shadows, had long been rumored among local magical communities to harbor dark creatures. Yet beginning in the mid-1980s, these whispers took on new specificity. Imagine yourself as a traveler through these woods, perhaps seeking rare magical plants, or simply enjoying the wild beauty of this remote region. You might have noticed how unusually silent certain groves became, the birds and magical creatures having abandoned areas where they had previously thrived. Local witches and wizards reported small animals found dead without apparent cause, their bodies seemingly drained of life rather than physically injured. These incidents were documented in obscure magizoological journals, but attracted little attention from British magical authorities. Only a handful of specialists, including Dumbledore, recognized these signs as potential evidence of Voldemort's disembodied spirit seeking hosts to possess temporarily, a theory too disturbing and speculative to gain widespread acceptance in a society eager to believe the Dark Lord gone forever. Closer to home, Azkaban prison remained a place of unremitting misery under the guard of the Dementors. Yet visitors with official access, primarily Aurors delivering new prisoners or ministry officials conducting inspections, began to report subtle changes in the behavior of these soul-draining creatures. The Dementors seemed increasingly restless, hovering at the edges of their assigned areas, as though testing boundaries. Several guards noted that the creatures appeared particularly drawn to the high-security wing where captured Death Eaters were held, lingering outside those cells longer than required for their regular patrols. In 1985, a junior official in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures filed a report expressing concern about these observations. The document was reviewed, filed, and subsequently forgotten in the labyrinthine bureaucracy of the ministry. The official who had raised the alarm was transferred to another department shortly thereafter, officially as part of a routine reorganization. More troubling were the subtle changes observed among certain segments of wizarding society who had sympathized with Voldemort's ideology without actively joining his followers. In private drawing rooms and secluded corners of establishments like the White Wyvern in Nocturne Alley, conversations gradually shifted from cautious silence about the recent war to more open expressions of pure-blood supremacist views. These were not declarations of support for Voldemort himself. Few would have risked such explicit statements, but rather the resurrection of the prejudices that had provided fertile ground for his rise. The Malfoy family played a particularly significant role in this ideological resurgence. Lucius Malfoy, having successfully claimed that his service to Voldemort had been coerced through the Imperious Curse, used his considerable influence and wealth to shape public discourse. His donations to St. Mungo's Hospital and other institutions bought social rehabilitation, while his private gatherings allowed like-minded purebloods to maintain connections and subtly promote their worldview through legitimate channels. As a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, Malfoy advocated for educational policies that emphasized traditional magical approaches rather than innovations that incorporated elements from Muggle-born perspectives. These efforts, cloaked in the language of preserving magical heritage, represented the continuing vitality of blood status prejudice, despite the official repudiation of Voldemort's extremism. More direct warning signs appeared occasionally in the form of isolated incidents that, viewed individually, seemed merely troubling rather than truly alarming. In 1987, the ancient wizarding home of the Abbott family was broken into, with the intruders specifically targeting family artifacts rumored to have unusual magical properties. Though nothing was stolen, the careful dismantling of protective enchantments suggested perpetrators with significant magical skill and specific intent rather than ordinary burglars. The following year, a promising young researcher at the Department of Mysteries disappeared while on holiday in Eastern Europe. Initial investigation suggested a mundane explanation, perhaps a hiking accident in the remote region he had been exploring, but his colleagues noted that he had been studying ancient magic related to soul energy, a subject tangentially relevant to how Voldemort might have survived his confrontation with baby Harry Potter. These incidents, separated by time and geography, created no pattern obvious enough to trigger broader concern. Even those who noticed them tended to seek explanations that fit the comfortable narrative of an essentially peaceful wizarding world, occasionally troubled by ordinary crime or misfortune, rather than harbingers of renewing darkness. Perhaps the most significant early sign came in the form of increased activity among known or suspected former Death Eaters who had escaped imprisonment. Individuals who had maintained low profiles in the years immediately following Voldemort's fall began to travel more frequently, often to locations associated with dark magic or historical significance to pureblood ideology. These movements were tracked by certain vigilant members of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but rarely resulted in official action due to the lack of evidence that any actual crime was being committed. The Lestrange family vault at Gringotts, managed by relatives while Bellatrix and Rodolphus remained in Azkaban, saw several visits from individuals whose connection to the family was tenuous at best. The goblins, bound by their strict confidentiality practices, maintained records of these visits, but shared no information with wizarding authorities. What was being examined or potentially moved within that vault remains unknown, though later events would suggest possible connections to Hufflepuff's cup, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes entrusted to Bellatrix. Across the wizarding world, certain rare and dangerous magical items began to change hands with increasing frequency through shadowy networks of collectors and dealers who operated at the edges of legality. Ancient texts dealing with the darkest aspects of magic, soul manipulation, possession, parasitic magical existence, were quietly sought after, their prices rising as demand increased among a small but determined group of seekers. At Hogwarts, the relative tranquility of the school routine continued largely undisturbed by these distant ripples, yet even here, attentive observers might have noticed subtle signs of changing currents. The Slytherin Common Room, according to accounts from students of that era, saw increasing discussions about bloodlines and magical heritage, with certain influential older students openly expressing sentiments that echoed Death Eater ideology in more moderate language. Professor Severus Snape, whose complex loyalties remained known only to Dumbledore, observed these trends with particular attention. His position as head of Slytherin House afforded him insight into the changing attitudes among students from traditionally pure-blood families. Though he maintained his cover as a reformed Death Eater, Snape occasionally passed crucial information to Dumbledore about which families appeared to be preparing for something beyond the peaceful status quo. Dumbledore himself was perhaps the most active in monitoring these scattered signs. His network of contacts, built over decades of involvement in every significant magical institution, provided him with information that few others could access. Former Order of the Phoenix members still in strategic positions, like Arabella Figg, who watched over Harry Potter from her home near the Dursleys, or Mundungus Fletcher, whose criminal connections gave him ears in disreputable circles, maintained contact with the headmaster through carefully secured channels. During these years, Dumbledore made several extended journeys to locations connected with Tom Riddle's past. He visited the village of Little Hangleton, where the Riddle family had been murdered, and where the Gaunt family, Voldemort's maternal ancestors, had lived in squalor despite their pure bloodline. He sought out witches and wizards who had known Riddle during his years after leaving Hogwarts, collecting memories that he stored in his pensieve for careful study. These investigations led Dumbledore to develop theories about how Voldemort had survived the killing curse that rebounded from Harry Potter. Theories that centered on the creation of Horcruxes, objects in which Voldemort had concealed fragments of his soul, yet without concrete evidence beyond the diary that would later possess Ginny Weasley. These remained theories, shared with no one as Dumbledore continued to gather information. As the 1990s began, the pace of concerning incidents accelerated slightly. The Daily Prophet, though generally focused on positive or mundane news, occasionally reported stories that careful readers might have connected: unexplained disappearances of magical creatures, particularly susceptible to dark magic. Brief, hushed reports of unusual magical disturbances in areas historically associated with dark wizards. The theft of specific rare ingredients used primarily in the darkest potions. When he Philosopher's Stone, that miraculous magical object created by Nicholas Flamel, capable of producing the elixir of life, was moved from Gringotts to Hogwarts in 1991, few outside a small circle knew that this represented Dumbledore's response to growing concerns about Voldemort's potential interest in the stone as a means of restoring his physical form. The elaborate protections placed around the stone, while ostensibly standard security for such a valuable magical artifact, reflected Dumbledore's genuine belief that Voldemort or his agents might attempt to steal it. That same year, Harry Potter arrived at Hogwarts, unknowingly setting in motion a series of events that would confirm the worst fears of those who had remained vigilant. His confrontation with Professor Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort's parasitic spirit in the chamber housing the Philosopher's Stone, represented the first concrete evidence that the Dark Lord had not in fact been destroyed a decade earlier. This incident, though successfully resolved with the stone protected and Quirrell defeated, should have served as undeniable proof of Voldemort's continued existence. Yet, in a pattern that would repeat in the coming years, the full implications were recognized by few and acknowledged publicly by fewer still. The Ministry, invested in the narrative of peace and stability, preferred explanations that maintained that comforting story rather than acknowledging the darkness gathering at the edges of the wizarding world. As you rest in the peaceful darkness behind your closed eyelids, consider this question: how might history have unfolded differently if those early signs of returning darkness had been heeded more widely? And what does this suggest about our own responsibility to remain aware of subtle changes that might forecast approaching storms? Chapter 10. The experiences of Harry Potter during this period. While the wizarding world adjusted to peace after Voldemort's apparent defeat, a small boy with unruly black hair and a curious lightning-shaped scar lived in near-complete ignorance of his own significance. The years of peace between the wars coincided almost exactly with Harry Potter's childhood, a period that shaped the young wizard in ways that would ultimately prove crucial when darkness returned. Number 4. Privet Drive stood in stark contrast to the magical world that celebrated Harry as its savior. The house, with its immaculately trimmed lawn and spotlessly clean windows, embodied the Dursleys' devotion to appearing perfectly normal. Inside these walls, magic was neither practiced nor discussed, and Harry grew up without any knowledge of his heritage or the events that had made him famous. Imagine the small cupboard under the stairs where Harry spent his early years. The confined space contained a narrow bed, a few broken toys discarded by his cousin Dudley, and little else. Here, by the light that filtered through the slats in the door, Harry would sometimes trace the lightning bolt scar on his forehead, unaware that it marked him as the only person ever to survive the killing curse. A connection to a world and a destiny he couldn't yet imagine. The Dursleys, Vernon, Petunia, and their son Dudley, provided Harry with shelter, food, and clothing, but little affection. Vernon Dursley, a director at Grunning's Drill Company, embodied the bluff certainty of a man confident in his place in the world and deeply suspicious of anything that challenged his narrow worldview. His walrus mustache would quiver with indignation at the slightest suggestion of irregularity, and his face would turn alarming shades of purple when confronted with anything that might be construed as magical. Petunia Dursley, thin and horse-faced with a neck ideal for peering over garden fences at neighbors, harbored more complex feelings toward her nephew. Behind her obvious resentment lay the pain of her estrangement from her sister Lily, Harry's mother. The magical abilities that had taken Lily away to Hogwarts had left Petunia behind, nursing a wound that transformed over years into bitterness. For Petunia, Harry's presence was a constant reminder of the sister she had lost twice, first to the magical world, then to Voldemort's killing curse. Dudley Dursley, spoiled and substantially overweight, grew up understanding that tormenting his cousin was not merely permitted, but tacitly encouraged. He became Harry's primary childhood antagonist, leading a small gang of neighborhood boys in a favorite pastime they called Harry hunting. A cruel game that taught Harry early lessons in evasion and endurance. Despite the Dursleys' determination to stamp out any trace of magic, unexplainable things happened around Harry, with increasing frequency as he grew older. On one memorable occasion, frustrated by a particularly hideous haircut Petunia had given him, Harry awoke to find his hair had grown back overnight. Another time, trying to escape Dudley and his friends, Harry somehow found himself on the roof of the school kitchens, as though the wind had caught him in mid-jump. These incidents, which would later be recognized as accidental magic common in wizarding children, earned Harry punishments and longer periods confined to his cupboard. Yet they also provided him with something precious, hints that there was more to the world than the Dursleys' restrictive reality, flickers of possibility that helped him maintain a spark of hope during otherwise bleak years. Harry's childhood experiences at Privet Drive shaped him in ways that would later influence his role in the Second Wizarding War. The cupboard fostered both a certain comfort with confined spaces, which would serve him well during various adventures, and a deep appreciation for freedom. The Dursleys' emotional neglect developed in him an acute awareness of others' feelings and a particular empathy for those who suffered unfair treatment. Their attempts to prevent him from asking questions about his parents only intensified his desire to know his own history, a determination to uncover truth that would eventually extend to uncovering Voldemort's secrets. Perhaps most significantly, growing up as an outsider in the aggressively normal Dursley household prepared Harry for his eventual role as someone who would stand apart from conventional wizarding society when necessary. Having never fully belonged in the Muggle world, he would bring a uniquely independent perspective to the magical one, questioning traditions and assumptions that others accepted without thought. During these years, Harry was not entirely without magical protection, though he remained unaware of it. Albus Dumbledore had placed powerful enchantments around Number 4, Privet Drive, blood magic based on Lily Potter's sacrifice, that would keep Harry safe from Voldemort and his followers as long as he could call his aunt's house home. This ancient magic, which Voldemort consistently underestimated, required Harry to return to Privet Drive once a year until he came of age at 17. Additionally, various members of the magical community kept distant watch over the boy who lived throughout his childhood. Most significant among these silent guardians was Arabella Figg, a squib who lived in the neighborhood and occasionally watched Harry when the Dursleys needed a babysitter. Her house, filled with cats and smelling of cabbage, provided Harry with a change of scene that was deliberately made boring enough that he wouldn't prefer it to Privet Drive, a precaution against the Dursleys discovering her connection to Dumbledore. Harry's primary education took place at the local Muggle school, where he demonstrated average academic ability, partly due to natural talent, and partly due to the necessity of not outperforming Dudley, which invariably led to trouble at home. He developed few friendships, as Dudley's gang intimidated any children who showed kindness toward him. This isolation, while painful, fostered a self-reliance and inner strength that would later serve him well when facing challenges that no one else could fully understand. The Dursleys told Harry that his parents had died in a car crash, a fiction designed to explain his orphan status while avoiding any mention of magic. They described James Potter as an unemployed wastrel and Lily as someone who had made poor choices, creating a narrative that simultaneously dishonored Harry's parents and implied that Harry himself had inherited their supposed deficiencies. When Harry occasionally asked questions about family resemblances or requested to see photographs, he was sharply rebuffed and sometimes punished for his curiosity. Deprived of true knowledge about his heritage, Harry sometimes dreamed of unknown relatives coming to rescue him. In quiet moments, lying in his cupboard and listening to the Dursleys' television through the door, he would construct elaborate fantasies about a mysterious relation who would appear suddenly and take him away to a better life. These dreams, born of loneliness, contained an intuitive yearning for connection to his magical roots, a connection that would eventually be fulfilled, though not in the way he imagined. As Harry approached his 11th birthday in the summer of 1991, strange events began to accelerate. The most notable of these involved a boa constrictor at the zoo, which appeared to communicate with Harry before he somehow vanished, the glass of its enclosure, allowing it to escape while trapping Dudley in the exhibit. This incident, more dramatic than previous occurrences of accidental magic, perhaps reflected Harry's growing magical power as he neared the age when wizarding children traditionally begin their formal education. Then came the letters, persistent, mysterious, and addressed with impossible specificity to Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. Vernon Dursley's increasingly frantic attempts to prevent Harry from reading these letters culminated in a stormy night in a hut on a rock in the sea, where Rubeus Hagrid finally broke through the Dursleys' defenses to deliver Harry's Hogwarts acceptance letter in person, along with the truth about his identity and heritage. The revelation that he was a wizard, and not just any wizard, but one famous throughout the magical world, marked the end of one phase of Harry's life and the beginning of another. His subsequent journey to Diagon Alley with Hagrid offered his first glimpses of the wizarding world. Gringotts with its goblin bankers and deep vaults containing the fortune his parents had left him. Ollivanders, where he would find the wand containing a phoenix feather that shared its source with Voldemort's. The Leaky Cauldron, where wizard patrons recognized and revered him while he still struggled to understand why. Harry's first year at Hogwarts represented his true introduction to the magical world, during what appeared to be peacetime, though as he would discover, the peace was already fraying at its edges. His formation of friendships with Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger established the core alliance that would eventually prove crucial in the Second Wizarding War. His first Quidditch matches revealed the natural flying ability he had inherited from his father. His encounters with school rivals like Draco Malfoy introduced him to the blood prejudice that had fueled Voldemort's rise to power. Most significantly, Harry's confrontation with Professor Quirrell, possessed by what remained of Voldemort in the chamber housing the Philosopher's Stone, marked the moment when the years of peace effectively ended, at least for Harry himself. Though the wider wizarding world would not acknowledge Voldemort's return until years later, Harry gained direct knowledge that the Dark Lord continued to exist in some form and remained determined to regain power. This knowledge forever changed Harry's perspective on the supposedly peaceful wizarding world he had entered. While his classmates continued their education with normal concerns about exams and house points, Harry carried the weight of having faced the weakened but still dangerous Dark Lord, and the growing awareness that their encounters might not be over. As you drift toward the peaceful realm of sleep, consider this question: how might a childhood spent as an outsider looking in prepare someone to see truth more clearly than those who have always belonged? And what perspective might this grant when darkness begins to gather once again? Chapter 11. International Magical Relations during Peacetime. Beyond the shores of Wizarding Britain, The magical world continued its ancient existence across continents and cultures. The years between Voldemort's first defeat and his eventual return saw significant shifts in how magical communities interacted with one another. Relationships that had been strained or severed during the war gradually repaired, while new connections formed in response to the changing magical landscape. These international dynamics, often overlooked in accounts focused on British experiences, would ultimately influence how the global wizarding community responded when darkness returned. The International Confederation of Wizards, that ancient governing body with representatives from magical communities worldwide, underwent a period of renewal during these peaceful years. Imagine the Grand Chamber where the Confederation met, with its enchanted ceiling displaying magical constellations recognized by traditions across the globe. Around a circular table of polished wood, so old that its growth rings predated the Statute of Secrecy, sat witches and wizards from every inhabited continent, their varied robes and magical implements reflecting the diversity of practices they represented. Albus Dumbledore, as Supreme Mugwump, guided the Confederation with the diplomatic skill that complemented his formidable magical abilities. His presence helped reassure international magical communities that British wizards had indeed contained the threat Voldemort had posed. Though Dumbledore himself carefully avoided making absolute declarations about the Dark Lord's permanent defeat, this nuanced position sometimes frustrated those who sought more definitive assurances, but reflected Dumbledore's characteristic caution regarding matters he could not verify with certainty. The relationship between British and French magical communities, which had grown distant during the First Wizarding War, became considerably warmer during this period. Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, under the direction of Madame Olympe Maxime, renewed its exchange programs with Hogwarts, allowing students from both institutions to spend a term experiencing different magical educational approaches. These exchanges fostered friendships that would later prove valuable when international cooperation became necessary during the Triwizard tournament, and eventually in opposing Voldemort's return. French wandmakers, whose techniques differed subtly from those employed by craftsmen like Ollivander, shared certain innovations in core binding spells that influenced British wandmaking during this era. Reciprocally, British advances in potion preservation methods found their way into French magical practice, particularly in the renowned magical culinary traditions that set French wizarding cuisine apart from its counterparts elsewhere. To the east, Durmstrang Institute maintained its somewhat insular tradition, though the post-war years saw the gradual loosening of its strictest isolationist policies. The school, which had long admitted students from across Northern and Eastern Europe, continued its emphasis on practical magic and physical conditioning. Its approach to the dark arts, studying them directly rather than merely learning defenses against them, remained controversial internationally, but was viewed by its defenders as providing students with comprehensive magical education. The Bulgarian Ministry of Magic, which exercised considerable influence over Durmstrang, despite the school's technically independent status, sought to rehabilitate its international reputation during this period. Having maintained neutrality during Voldemort's rise to power, a position some viewed as tacit support for his ideology, Bulgarian magical authorities now emphasized their commitment to international magical cooperation through participation in collaborative research and increased diplomatic presence in wizarding capitals worldwide. These efforts culminated in Bulgaria's successful bid to host the 1994 Quidditch World Cup, an event that would bring together magical communities from around the globe in what was intended as a celebration of peacetime unity. The extensive preparations for this tournament, including the creation of a stadium capable of accommodating over 100,000 spectators while remaining hidden from Muggle detection, represented the largest international magical cooperation project of the era. Across the Atlantic, the American magical community had observed Voldemort's rise and fall with grave concern, but limited direct involvement. The Magical Congress of the United States of America, MACUSA, maintained strict separation between magical and non-magical society, a policy rooted in the traumatic historical experience of the Salem witch trials. During the peaceful years, however, certain progressive elements within Makusa advocated for carefully expanded engagement with the international magical community. Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, perched atop Mount Greylock in Massachusetts, developed a reputation during this period for innovation in combining traditional European magical techniques with practices derived from indigenous North American traditions. Several British witches and wizards, including a young Nymphadora Tonks during a gap year before beginning horror training, visited Ilvermorny to study these integrated approaches. The exchange of magical knowledge flowed in both directions across the Atlantic. American advances in magical technology, particularly in the adaptation of certain Muggle devices to function in highly magical environments, influenced British practices in fields like magical transportation and communication. The charmed mirrors used by some members of the Order of the Phoenix for secure communication incorporated elements first developed by Makusa's Magical Security Division. Further south, the Brazilian wizarding community emerged as a leader in magical conservation efforts during this era. The Castelobruxo Magical School, hidden deep in the Amazon rainforest, hosted international conferences on magical ecology that drew participants from across the global wizarding community. These gatherings focused on the preservation of magical plant and animal species threatened by both magical misuse and Muggle environmental degradation, issues that transcended national boundaries and political differences. The International Confederation of Magical Ecology, formed during one such conference in 1986, established the first global standards for sustainable harvesting of magical plants used in potion making. These standards, though initially resisted by commercial interests, gradually gained acceptance as evidence mounted that certain rare magical species faced extinction without coordinated protection efforts. In East Asia, the Japanese Motokoro School of Magic strengthened its connections with Western magical institutions during this period, while maintaining its distinctive traditions. Known for producing exceptionally skilled Quidditch players and potioneers, Motokoro began accepting a limited number of exchange students from European schools, including Hogwarts. These cultural exchanges enriched magical education on both sides, introducing Japanese students to Western magical theory, while giving visitors experience with Eastern magical practices that approached fundamental magical principles from different philosophical foundations. The Chinese wizarding community, which had maintained significant independence from Western magical institutions, even while participating in the International Confederation of Wizards, experienced a period of cautious opening during these years. Ancient magical knowledge preserved through centuries of imperial rule and subsequent political changes became more accessible to foreign scholars, though the most profound secrets of Chinese magic remained closely guarded by traditional magical families and institutions. In Africa, the Uagadu School of Magic continued its ancient tradition of excellence in astronomy, alchemy, and self-transfiguration. Located in the Mountains of the Moon, the school attracted students from across the continent and developed exchange programs with Hogwarts that allowed British students brief immersion in African magical traditions. These exchanges proved particularly valuable for students interested in wandless magic, a specialty of Oghadu, where students typically used enchanted staffs or even hand gestures rather than wands. The International Association of Quidditch, headquartered in Egypt, but with branches in every major wizarding community, played a significant role in maintaining peaceful international relationships during this period. The quadrennial World Cup tournament provided a structured competitive outlet for national pride, while fostering cross-cultural appreciation through the shared love of the sport. The British and Irish Quidditch League, which had suspended international play during the height of the war, resumed sending teams to European and global competitions, re-establishing sporting connections that had historic and cultural significance beyond the matches themselves. These varied international connections created a complex network of relationships that would influence how different magical communities responded when Voldemort eventually returned to power. Some, having maintained close ties with British wizards, recognized the threat early and offered support. Others, more distant or skeptical of British warnings, maintained neutrality until more direct evidence of the Dark Lord's resurrection became undeniable. Perhaps most consequentially, the peaceful years saw the development of the next generation of international magical leadership, young witches and wizards, who would eventually make crucial decisions about whether and how to oppose Voldemort's second rise to power. Students who participated in exchange programs between Hogwarts and international schools often developed perspectives that transcended national magical traditions, preparing them to understand the global implications of what might otherwise have been viewed as a solely British conflict. The International Confederation of Young Witches and Wizards, founded in 1989 as a youth auxiliary to the International Confederation of Wizards, provided a forum for magically gifted young people from diverse backgrounds to develop friendships and exchange ideas. Several future members of Dumbledore's army, including Padma Patil, participated in the Confederation's summer programs, gaining international contacts that would later provide channels for sharing information outside official ministry control. These international dynamics illustrate how the years of peace fostered connections that would ultimately prove important when darkness returned. The relationships built through educational exchanges, sporting events, scholarly collaboration, and diplomatic engagement created foundations of trust that Voldemort would find difficult to undermine when he later sought to expand his influence beyond Britain's shores. As your consciousness drifts peacefully toward dreams, consider this question: how might understanding the world beyond our immediate experience prepare us to recognize patterns of darkness that repeat across time and place? And what responsibility do we bear to share such knowledge with those who have not yet seen the shadows lengthening around them? Chapter 12. Subtle Preparation for the Second Wizarding War. As the years of peace stretched on, most of Wizarding Britain embraced the comfort of apparent safety. Shops in Diagon Alley displayed their wares with confidence. Families gathered without casting protective enchantments, and children grew up hearing of the Dark Lord as a historical figure rather than a present threat. Yet beneath this tranquil surface, certain individuals and groups engaged in quiet preparation for what they believed, or feared, might someday return. These subtle measures, taken while most celebrated peace, would ultimately prove crucial when darkness once again descended upon the wizarding world. Albus Dumbledore, perhaps more than any other, maintained vigilance during these seemingly peaceful times. The headmaster's office at Hogwarts, with its silver instruments whirring softly and its portraits of former heads observing silently, became the center of a careful web of information gathering and contingency planning. Imagine Dumbledore seated at his desk late at night, the light of his pensieve casting ethereal illumination across his lined face as he reviewed memories collected during discreet investigations into Tom Riddle's past and possible means of survival. Dumbledore's preparations took many forms, some so subtle that even those closely associated with him remained unaware of their purpose. His decision to offer the teaching position of defense against the dark arts to Remus Lupin for the 1993 to 1994 school year, while partly motivated by compassion for his former students' difficult circumstances, also served to place a capable former Order of the Phoenix member at Hogwarts during a period when Dumbledore suspected Voldemort might make another attempt to return. Similarly, Dumbledore's efforts to locate and neutralize Voldemort's Horcruxes began long before he shared this knowledge with Harry Potter. The withered remains of Marvolo Gaunt's ring and the destroyed diary of Tom Riddle represented the first successes in what Dumbledore knew would be a lengthy and dangerous campaign. Each investigation took him deeper into the darkest aspects of Voldemort's past, tracing the transformation of the talented but troubled student Tom Riddle into Lord Voldemort through acts of increasing magical depravity. The protective enchantments around Hogwarts, already formidable, were quietly strengthened during this period. Specialized charms that could detect dark magic were integrated into the castle's ancient defenses. The statues and suits of armor that lined the corridors were enchanted to respond to specific activation phrases known only to Dumbledore and select staff members. Even the seemingly whimsical gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office received additional protective spells that would activate if someone attempted to force entry using dark magic. Beyond Hogwarts, other members of the original Order of the Phoenix maintained their own forms of vigilance. Alastair Mad-Eye Moody, though officially retired from active Auror service, continued to track the movements and associations of known or suspected former Death Eaters. His magical eye, capable of seeing through solid objects and detecting concealment charms, made him uniquely suited to this self-appointed mission. The extensive notes he compiled during these years, coded and magically hidden in various locations, would later provide valuable intelligence when the Order was formally reconvened. Arthur Weasley, working in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office at the Ministry, used his position to monitor for signs of dark magic targeting Muggles, often the first indicator of organized dark activity. His genuine interest in Muggle technology provided cover for investigations that might otherwise have attracted unwanted attention from Ministry officials eager to maintain the narrative that all was well. The network of contacts he developed among Muggle-born wizards working in various Ministry departments created informal channels for sharing concerns that official structures might have suppressed. Mundungus Fletcher, that disreputable but occasionally useful member of the original Order, maintained connections in the criminal underworld of Nocturne Alley and similar shadowy corners of magical society. Though motivated primarily by self-interest rather than altruism, Fletcher's information about unusual requests for rare and dangerous magical items sometimes reached Dumbledore through circuitous routes, providing early warning of suspicious activity. The black market in certain dark magical components showed subtle but concerning increases in both demand and prices during the final years before Voldemort's return, a trend noticed by few but indicative of preparations underway. Even Severus Snape, whose true loyalties remained hidden from most of the wizarding world, engaged in his own form of preparation. His continued refinement of occlumency skills ensured that when the Dark Lord eventually returned, Snape could maintain his cover as a supposed loyal Death Eater, while actually serving as Dumbledore's agent. The extensive personal library he maintained on advanced potion making included formulations that would prove valuable during the coming conflict, from enhanced healing potions to subtle poisons that could incapacitate without detection. Perhaps most poignant were the preparations made by those who had suffered most directly during the First Wizarding War. The Longbottom family, still dealing with the aftermath of Frank and Alice's torture at the hands of the Lestranges, maintained connections with other survivors. Augusta Longbottom, raising her grandson Neville with stern determination, ensured that he understood the sacrifice his parents had made while opposing dark magic, a heritage that would eventually inspire his own courage when facing Voldemort's forces. Not all preparation during this period served the forces of light. While Dumbledore and his allies gathered information and strengthened defenses, those who had once served Voldemort engaged in their own subtle activities. Lucius Malfoy, having secured his position in respectable society through claims of being imperious during the war, used his influence on the Hogwarts Board of Governors and his connections within the Ministry to undermine potential obstacles to Voldemort's return. Malfoy's placement of Tom Riddle's diary in Ginny Weasley's cauldron during a confrontation with Arthur Weasley at Flourish and Blots represented a calculated effort to both discredit Arthur and return the Horcrux to active use. Though this particular plan was ultimately foiled by Harry Potter, it demonstrated that even during apparent peacetime, Voldemort's former servants continued to advance his interests, whether from genuine loyalty or fear of his eventual return. Other former Death Eaters who had escaped imprisonment maintained contact through carefully coded messages and occasional clandestine meetings disguised as social gatherings. Family connections within the pureblood community provided cover for these interactions, as weddings, funerals, and seasonal celebrations brought together those who shared both blood ties and ideological alignment. The younger generation, including children like Draco Malfoy, absorbed their parents' perspectives during these formative years, ensuring that blood prejudice would persist into the next generation. The Goblin community, with its long memory for both kindness and offense, observed these undercurrents with characteristic neutrality. Gringotts Bank continued to serve all wizarding customers according to its ancient codes, but certain goblin elders noted with concern the patterns of activity in vaults belonging to families once aligned with Voldemort. Unusual transfers and inquiries about specific magical artifacts sometimes reached the attention of Bill Weasley during his early career as a curse breaker, information he occasionally shared with his father when patterns seemed significant. House elves, those often overlooked magical beings bound to service in wizarding households, became unwitting participants in preparation for renewed conflict. In homes like Malfoy Manor, they observed meetings and overheard conversations that revealed darkening intentions, though their magical binding prevented them from sharing this information. Dobby's exceptional decision to warn Harry Potter about the plot surrounding the Chamber of Secrets demonstrated both the knowledge available to house elves and the extreme circumstances required for them to act against their master's interests. The giants, driven to the remote mountains of Eastern Europe by wizarding persecution, received occasional visitors during these years, emissaries from both sides of the coming conflict, seeking to secure alliance or at least neutrality. Hagrid's later mission to the giants on Dumbledore's behalf would build on these earlier, quieter diplomatic efforts, though with limited success given the damage already done by Death Eater representatives. Within Hogwarts itself, the Room of Requirements silently adapted to the needs of various inhabitants, sometimes serving as a hiding place for students practicing defensive magic away from Umbridge's scrutiny, other times transforming into the Room of Hidden Things, where objects of potentially dark provenance lay concealed. Among these forgotten items rested Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, corrupted by Voldemort's Horcrux magic, waiting to be discovered years later during the Battle of Hogwarts. The Forbidden Forest, that ancient woodland bordering school grounds, harbored creatures who sensed the approaching shift in magical currents before most wizards could perceive it. The Centaurs, with their astronomical observations and prophetic insights, noted concerning alignments of planets and stars. Their reluctance to share these portents with humans, based on centuries of mistreatment, meant that their warnings remained largely among their own kind, though occasionally cryptic messages reached those like Ferenz, who maintained some connection with the wizarding world. As the peaceful era approached its conclusion, the pace of preparation on both sides accelerated subtly. Barty Crouch Jr., having escaped Azkaban and lived under his father's imperious curse, broke free and made his way to find his master's weakened form. Their plan to use the Triwizard tournament as a means of capturing Harry Potter represented the culmination of years of patient waiting and careful positioning. The elaborate scheme, requiring long-term impersonation of Alastor Moody and manipulation of the tournament itself, demonstrated the lengths to which Voldemort's loyal servants would go to restore him to power. The graveyard in Little Hangleton, where Tom Riddle Sr. and his parents lay buried, became the setting for the ritual that would return Voldemort to corporeal form, using bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy. This ancient dark magic, researched and prepared during Voldemort's years of disembodied existence, required specific ingredients and precise execution, preparation that had continued quietly while the wizarding world celebrated its apparent safety. Perhaps most significant among all these preparations were those that occurred within Harry Potter himself, though he remained largely unaware of their purpose. Each encounter with manifestations of Voldemort, from Quirrell in his first year to the diary in his second, and eventually the confrontation in the graveyard during his fourth, built Harry's capacity to resist the Dark Lord, both magically and psychologically. His experiences, painful though they were, forged the resilience and moral clarity that would ultimately prove decisive in the final confrontation. As Voldemort rose from the cauldron in that distant graveyard, restored to physical form through dark magic and malevolent intent, the years of peace officially ended. The Second Wizarding War had begun, though most of magical Britain would remain in denial for another year, until the battle at the Department of Mysteries forced the Ministry to acknowledge what Dumbledore and Harry had been claiming, that Lord Voldemort had returned. The preparations made during the peaceful years would now be tested. Some would prove inadequate against the fury of unleashed dark magic, Others would provide crucial advantages in the struggle ahead. The foundations laid through quiet vigilance, patient information gathering, and the fostering of new generations who understood the value of resistance would ultimately contribute to Voldemort's final defeat, though the cost would be measured in precious lives lost and innocence shattered. As sleep envelops you in its gentle embrace, consider this final question: what silent preparations might we make during times of apparent peace that could strengthen not just our capacity to resist darkness when it returns, but our ability to recognize its approach before others can see the shadows lengthening across our world?